Hi. Hi. Hello. I am here. I am not late. I was almost late. But Pinky here sent me a message like, hey, don't forget your local recording today. And I'm like, oh yeah, right. Cool. Let me let me boot up OBS real quick and get started. And then I see it's 5 minutes till start time, and it's like yeah, so I'm here now. I can't even talk about what I was doing. But I am here now. And and I did my due diligence. It's not that. It's not that. I did my due diligence. I updated Final Fantasy. So I'm not going to have to wait for it. So I'm almost being professional today. Although with that said, it's probably going to start crashing. Because I did have a game, I did have it crash on me not too long ago. I had it crash in the middle of a duty. Updating prior to stream, it's a new world. Yeah, that we're reaching levels of professionalism previously thought impossible for me. I think part of the reason why, oh God, lag spike. I don't know if that was just on my end, like me looking at the stream monitor. We saw it too. Okay. Well, I hope that's not going to be a problem. It wasn't a problem when I was streaming it when Dawntrail first released. And the game has actually gotten more optimized since then. Like when Dawntrail first released, like my computer was fucking struggling. Probably just a boot up hitch. Yeah, I hope so. Probably, because I know 14 is pretty aggressive about hooking the GPU. No, I don't want to see the cutscene. Yep. There we go. I'm off center. Keep happening. There we go. I don't even remember where I was now. I'm either in 7.2 or 7.5. Congested? What? Oh right. I Aha, there we go. I'll move that around once I actually get in game so that I can hide FC chat. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, I'm here with Sphene. Finishing 7.2. I'm... maybe. It doesn't actually say, like, which... It just tells the quest name. Okay. What's the video quality looking like? Because I bumped my bitrate down to stop OBS bitching at me, even though I disabled the setting for OBS to bitch at me, it still does it. Got no frame drops. That's the second quest in 7.3. Okay, so I am in 7.3. I'm also going to do something... Okay, if I've got it set to main display refresh rate, then why is it going into the 150s? Because my monitor is 144. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to bump it down to 60, because what I notice is that this game actually runs my PC really hard. And it's hot. It's going to get hot, and I don't want to have to run the AC while I'm streaming. So... that's why I'm in a tank top. Not that I don't frequently wear tank tops, but today it's tactical. See no sign of Geode. Wayaqui's voice crackles forth from the communicator. There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Great. And yes, I have the local recording going. OBS is only using like 4.6% of my system, which is great. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring, Jesus Christ, residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure.
Oh, that's right, because the robo guards, the mechanical soldiers, were going crazy.
I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was another mechanical soldier. What is it? Oh.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Is that what they're doing?
The dust dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims.
That was oddly one of the most, like, grotesque things I think this game has ever shown. Like, the game just showed us that mechanical soldier literally, like, disintegrating that woman's body. Kind of freaky.
Shit.
Has the game actually, like, expressed that kind of vulgarity before? I know they, like, I don't think I've ever heard. Huh. Well, I guess they are trying to.
Damn you!
Ever since Shadowbringers, they've been getting a little bit more spicy with what they portray. Like,
You can't be here. You need to run now. A trap.
oh, that's fucked up.
Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Remember that white dust that they found in Tulayolol? Or God, I'm back on not being able to pronounce that again. During the attack from Evil Brother Lizard. Vaguely. I know that the white dust has been like a thing in the post-game patches. After these mechanical soldiers started going haywire.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Zaralja, that was his name.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
I still
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
I still don't know how I never drew the connection between Sphene and Princess Garnet. I don't get it. I don't know how I never noticed.
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me.
Especially because everybody in Alexandria, not everybody, but a lot of people in Alexandria are named after gems.
7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy
I
to
literally
convert
named
5,000
myself
into
after the
units.
character from the
With
fucking
11%,
from Final Fantasy
operations
9.
could continue
How
unabated
did
for
I not?
800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ethan now?
Yeah, that one's on me. Yeah. I know, I'm the dumb one here.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
You would be lying. So, no. Yeah, see, right. You would only, like...
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yes, it was. Okay, look.
To my work, then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Zelenia was obviously a reference to Beatrix, right? Like, you can't get around the fact that Zelenia is literally one for one, just Beatrix with a different name. Otis being Steiner? No. No. That, like, the more I think about it, the more it's just like, no, Otis was like the fun uncle. And Steiner is an oafish buffoon. Like, there's no crossover there. So I think if they had done a better job of making Otis be a reference to Steiner, then maybe I would have drawn that connection sooner. I don't know. Maybe I'm just that dumb. Well, rip Geode. Yeah, that is kind of fucked up. Like, hey, I just murked your friend. Here's his soul in a jar and his cremated remains. Here you go. Damn. This Calyx guy is like... one of the more evil people, like... at least one of the more callous villains that I think I've seen in this game. Helping save money on the funeral. Under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession. Not counting on it. Also, as we will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. I wrinkle my nose at you. It's like one of those like picture frames that you can record a snippet of audio to. But but way more fucked up. You just give somebody their friend's soul in a fucking mason jar. Like, hey, here's everything that your friend was and ever could have been in this little container. You can remember them forever. I know this is like really grim, but it's like
our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calix, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calix for doing this.
I mean, at this point, he's basically just a computer program.
Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Kryl, I've done many duty supports with you. You are trouble. Canned Geode. Coming to your local vending machines soon.
Far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calix is hiding. But not right now.
Also, am I wrong in saying that Shale is just like unnaturally pretty for some reason? Like, there's just something about her. Canned
We
Geode.
need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Maybe she's born with it. She's got that like perfect blend of pixie cut tomboy while still being a tall elf lady, which I appreciate. Her look and vibe makes me think, oh, she 100% lesbian. 100%. Grog, get your fucking tail out of the way. Also new from Mountain Dew, Dirty Dew Geode. No, no, no. Look, the cream soda Mountain Dew is tasty. I couldn't finish a can of it because it's just too sweet for me. It's fine. Why the fuck did they call it Dirty Dew? Why did they call it that? I rarely see her character, so I forget what she looks like. It's really cute, Hrothgar. I am very proud of how my Hrothgal turned out. I think she is adorable. Okay. All right, time to, oh. Totally a lesbian. I have this same glam on one of my, oh, it's actually on my Dark Knight, but mine is metallic blue. Mount the air wheel. I know people have been shipping Sphene with Lamity, but I should see Shale shoot her shot with Sphene. Maybe. Oh, hello. Real Sphene, of course. I figure at this point, like, there's kind of only one Sphene you could be talking about at this point. Because Endless Sphene doesn't even exist anymore. Already starting to get warm in here. I think I might make it like another hour before it's time for the air conditioner. I could make a dirty joke about this line, but I'm not going to. I'm better than that. Hopefully the path will be clear of monsters this time. Yeah. If I turn mine on, it's pretty much going to stay on perpetually. Like, I'm trying to do what I can to seal the room off, but this thing generates a lot of suction, so it's pulling in air from outside into the room through the bathroom vent.
Lost a comrade. The three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh!
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah. My AC is just one of those single hose jobbers, so it pulls in, like it creates a vacuum. So it pulls in air from outside through the bathroom vent, so it cools the room, but really slowly. And I can't afford to get a dual hose set up right now.
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to.
Although I was
That sort of
thinking
thing.
it probably wouldn't be terribly difficult to just like fucking duct tape like a second hose to the back of this thing on the actual like intake for the refrigerator section, like the compressor section, and pipe that outside, but I don't know. I figure those dual hose.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode.
I figure those dual hose air conditioners are like designed to more effectively filter out or filter the air that it's pulling through because it's meant to be hooked up outside. So I don't know.
I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. They paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state.
So wait, how long had Kafkiwa been an endless then?
The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin.
So wait, Shale knew?
But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Because I thought the whole thing was like she was controlling the drone, or everybody thought she was controlling the drone remotely.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were
Interesting.
gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided.
Totally a lesbian.
Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I'd still like to know the exact details on how Kryle's parents died. I don't think we knew how it happened. I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember if there was anything specific, like in the when they show her parents bringing her through the gate when she was an infant. But I don't think there was. It's only been giving me yellow and purple materials. That's annoying. I guess I'll take these. I'm more likely going to level my Dark Knight. Hello, Violet. I'll steal your heart, Shale. Remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I asked Kryle for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. All I can remember is they handed her and the key over to Galuf to save Kryle and prevent misuse of the key. Yeah, that's all I remember as well. Making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. I'd ask you to join me. Your perspective would be most appreciated. I can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. Is have you just been standing here by yourself this entire time? Like a fucking weirdo? Okay. I just assumed old Oblivion was found out and eliminated. I mean, that would make sense considering what they just said about the back room being sealed and abandoned. Would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting odd. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Okay. I mean, considering this is the outskirts, everybody around here acts weird. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? It's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those Neo regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. Hey, can you check if these people are fucking nuts? I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Okay, have fun in the Matrix. Please tell me you brought more Neo regulators. Officially, they have all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, perhaps even Queen Sphene. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, that's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. See, this whole area, like getting to this zone, dealing with the endless, going to living memory and shit like that. Talked about this before. But this expansion hits on something like really deeply existential to me that I realized a long time ago. I was literally in like 3rd grade. I was like 8 years old. I had originally been like super excited. I was thrilled about school. I loved going to school. Until one day in 3rd grade, I realized, oh wait, I gotta be here for the rest of the day. The rest of this long ass boring day doing the same shit. And it's like not even lunchtime. And I just want to go the fuck home and be anywhere else. I suddenly realized in that moment I was frustrated by being trapped in this place for what felt like an increasingly unbearable length of time. 8 or 9 years old, and I was already suffering from feelings of like anxiety, of just being trapped in place, of like dealing with sameness. And that thought kind of got child prison. Yeah, basically. Itchy. That thought kind of got trapped in my head a little bit. And the more I thought about it, the more I kept coming back to, like, in that moment, I realized that I can't sit still, right? I get bored quickly. 8-year-old kids should not be having these revelations, but here we are. I get bored. I don't like sitting in the same spot. I don't like sitting in the same spot for hours at a time. I don't like sitting in the same spot for hours at a time, day after day, doing the same shit over and over and over and over again. And I realized I'm going to have to do this crap 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, for the next, like, 9 years minimum before I am done with school. ADHD is a hell of a drug, and I've been on it my whole life. Yeah, that's really what it was. But I landed on something horrifying because I couldn't get this thought out of my head. I was fixated on this thought of becoming increasingly bored and frustrated by the tediousness of being in this place, basically against my will, and there's nothing really I can do about it. And I started to think, what would make it worse? And then I would make it worse in my own mind. How can I make that worse? And then I would continuously make it worse, make it worse, make it worse. And then I realized, how could I make it better? Or the thought that I had after that was, how could I make it better? I kept fixating on this thought of not wanting to be stuck in the same spot doing the same thing every single day for the rest of my life. And then I had the most horrifying realization of all. That's what the afterlife is. I'm bored and frustrated now. Imagine 1,000 years in perfect, we're talking perfect, boring, sterile, golden, fluffy cloud, pearly paradise. I'm 8 years old and I just disproved a fundamental tenet of the entirety of, like, the Christian afterlife in my own brain by realizing, no, I don't want that. Please just let me die. I don't want heaven. I don't, like, hell honestly sounds like it would be more interesting after 1,000 years. Just let me die. Once the neurons stop firing off, just, that's it. I want to be out like a fucking light. Send me back to the oblivion that that I existed in prior to even being born, prior to consciousness, prior to any of that shit. Just let me die. That's what this entire fucking place represents to me. This regulator nonsense of, like, uploading your fucking consciousness into a computer and existing for 1,000 years in a fucking simulation. No. No. Absolutely not. Fucking unplug me. No fucking, or like, no life support. I have a fucking DNR on my license, which is a do not resuscitate. Or I have a DNR symbol on my license. So, like, if I get into a serious accident and I'm taken to the hospital and I'm considered, like, there's, like, no brain activity, but my body is still, like, viable, nah, chop me up. I'm an organ donor. Fucking, like, just get it over with. Pull the plug and just, like, scoop out what you need. I don't need it anymore. Release me from this mortal coil. Yeah, right. I shall embrace the nothingness. Because guess what? I'm not going to care. Once I'm out, if there's nothing after this life, I won't be around long enough to be disappointed by it. I'll just be dead. I'll be gone, and that's it. I will, however, be okay with cyborg bodies, but I have to have the option to say, okay, cool, I'm done, pull the plug. I'm kind of right there with you. Having spent some time thinking about, like, the ideas present in, like, transhumanism, I kind of don't want, like, what we traditionally think of as cyborg bodies for myself. Like, the idea of being cybernetically enhanced or whatever is kind of cool. I think in that context, the ability to stay completely organic would probably be really appealing to me. I don't know why. Like, okay, cool. Like cybernetic eye implants, whatever. That sounds neat. Like, I can get down with that. But like, Ghost in the Shell is one of my favorite anime of all time. Probably my favorite anime of all time. Specifically standalone complex. But the more I think about it, that's another one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, I think I would have made the same decision as Motoko in that situation. Like, okay, yeah, fine, I'll do the like transplant thing and like get myself put into a cybernetic body or whatever. But yeah, like eventually I'm just gonna wanna like, I'm just done. Like, I think I've experienced enough of life to feel satisfied, and I think I just wanted to like turn off now. Ghost in the Shell is a dystopian ass future, but I want to grab one of those prosthetic bodies so bad. Yeah. Like, because I mean, in that world, the prosthetic bodies are still like largely organic in nature. Like, Motoko bleeds. Like, the core of the body is like cybernetic, but they're still very biological. They still eat. Like, they still have organic processes. Which I think the blending of organic and synthetic is more appealing to me than just going like strictly Terminator mode. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend, come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. That was the point that I was going to get to. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Okay, that's a strange line. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Okay. These people that have been regulator equipped for so long have essentially forgotten the concept of death. Like, they're not able to functionally cope with the concept of loss. Which is another thing that I thought about when I was first going through Dawntrail, and I think one of the things that a lot of people didn't pick up on the nuance of this is like, these people are effectively insulated to such a degree from the idea of death that suddenly being exposed to death as a permanent end, like, imagine going your entire life not even not thinking about death, going through your entire life not having a concept of death. And then suddenly the next day you realize, oh, I can just like blink and that's it. I'm done. Of course these people are fucking terrified. Chrome me the fuck up, Jim. Never having to deal with sinuses, sign me the fuck up, right? I say as I start sniffling. I don't know, I feel like corporate BS will ruin cybernetics control even more of us. Yeah. You'll definitely have the Elon Musks in control of everything. Literally whatever rids me of my sinuses, do it. I don't need surgery. I can just jump into a new body when I'm feeling dysphoric. Right? Like that's the very idea of that is super appealing. Their fear is palpable. Yeah, so like these people are terrified of a concept that they've never had to grapple with this. They may be aware of the concept of death, but they've never had to think about death as it relates to themselves. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? That was actually something I had been thinking about. Can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm here with Lamati and Alphino. There's the problem. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Okay, so we're just going to port there. Okay, there's living memory. Or at least an image of living memory.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
But it's turned back on.
Is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal
This is fucked up.
The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
Yeah, but what does it mean to live? It's...
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
That's what's so...
Being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death.
Yes, but no.
Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
Yeah, no. Let me die. Let me die. Fucking pull the plug. Fucking chuck my ass in the dumpster. chuck me in the fucking dumpster when you're done with me, right? Like, I don't, like, no, just end it.
Hope for it. Wish for it. Pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
The point I'm trying to get
Change
to
isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step.
is these people are afraid of death because they've never had... I think most people still are afraid of death, or, you know, a lot of time death probably quite painful. The reason these people are so afraid of death is they've never had to learn to accept life in spite of death. They don't know what it's like to accept that death is a natural part of life. Like, nothing lives forever. This is just kicking the can down the road. being an endless doesn't, like, the fucking computers have got to turn off sometime. Prove that with living memory. It's actually a really good analogy for AI. The power costs to keep this going are so incredible that it's destroying everything around it, and ironically hastening its own destruction, because eventually there's not going to be anything left to power it.
But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
Being in Tuliolal is not going to make you
If the solution
safer.
was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do?
Yeah, it be getting toasty in here. It might be time for the AC soon. So I don't know what it is about this game in particular, just absolutely crushing my system. Kellex has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet even if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklemat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the land guards arrive. In which case we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Kellex is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. I mean, surely we'll find a clue of some kind. He can't elude us forever. I mean, he's already told us that he's an endless. So Wuklemat assesses her surroundings with grim determination. What if the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? What do you mean the late queen? She's right there. I mean, yes, I know that you're talking specifically about Endless Fiend, but the real Fiend is right there. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Oh yeah, she's totally into Sphene. Lamachi casually being awesome. Super duper well hidden behind that hood. Look, Tehran, it worked on me, apparently. I couldn't tell that she was meant to be an analogy to Princess Garnet from Final Fantasy IX, so what the fuck do I know, really? Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. Historically speaking, really good roommates. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. Sphene, I think she just proposed, honestly. And don't... Got a bit sidetracked there. They know what they're doing. Got a bit sidetracked. Yeah, Warrior of Light third wheel. Finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. Discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Neat. That's one way to bring the nations together. Lamachi is going to have to trim the claws, though. Let the gays be gay. To be fair, her first form had no real impression of that. The real Sphene decides that a hood slightly drawn over her head is a masterclass in disguise. Yeah, well, I mean, Garnet kind of did the same thing with the White Mage hood in Final Fantasy IX, and it wasn't enough to work on Zidane, so, again, I might just be dumb. Love your Warrior of Light's design. Thank you. I'm real proud of her. Good news for fake mustaches. Yeah, we need to start the Groucho Marx eyeglasses with the giant nose and the big bushy mustache. The Groucho glasses. We need to start bringing those back as disguises. I like how everything, she just has this really faint smirk. Like, you almost can't even call it a grin. She's just like... She knows what she's doing. She knows she's hot. Knowing me, the smirk fits. What does that mean? Whatever do you mean by that? Certainly has nothing to do with the fact that I'm constantly smirking. I don't need to explain it. You know it. You got me there.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Girl, you're a cat. You have night vision. Give me that shit. Ah, yes. It's 80 degrees outside, which means it's probably about 85 in here right now. But if I turn that AC on, y'all gonna know about it. Because that fucker's loud.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
Is it terrible I can't hear smirk without thinking smeeze? Smize? I don't get it. Jet engine side tone. More like a poorly tuned Volvo with a hole in the muffler. Smile with your eyes. Oh, okay. Tyra Banks.
You got the lights working.
See, where I am, Pinky can attest to this. It was frosting overnight not 2 weeks ago. It snowed 2 weeks ago, and it's 80 degrees outside today. The weather here has been so fucking schizo. We're on our, we just finished our fourth, fall spring. We didn't get any snow through winter, but once April hit, it snowed what? 4 or 5 times? And hailed? Yeah, it's been hailing. All through January, I don't think it got below 40 degrees. But in March, it started hitting upper 20s.
Stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols.
Clever.
After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sounds like you need one of Janald's energy tonics. Speaking of which. I think I shall have peach. My advice, write down actual notes here. See, told me to take notes. Now I'm not going to do that. Geode Blast. I still think my favorite joke nickname for Kona was Graha Blast.
In any case, this next part...
You're treasure to me, Shale. This next part will require your helping hands. Just tell me where to put them.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder...
Shale is a queen. Absolutely. I love Shale. She's so precious.
It's highly likely. And personally, I hope he does.
Learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Okay. We'll have a Shale Warrior of Light, Lamichi, and Sphene polycule. Nothing possibly could go wrong here. Oh, okay. Shale is one of those characters I'd do bad things to protect if I have to. Same for Kryl. Honestly, yeah. Okay, so I gotta find security cards. That is, maybe it's just me, but that's a really difficult pink to read against the, like, yellowed parchment texture of these text boxes. Expect we'll have the most looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Oh, good. Oh, good. Puzzle solving. It's not like I haven't been doing enough puzzle solving. Tehran. I figured out A. I figured it out on stream last week while finishing up my Insanity Mode playthrough. I discovered what A is completely by accident. I was so mad. Okay, great. Small shelving unit holds some office supplies and lots of them. Okay. You can tell at a glance the desk former owner has left some things behind. Sure. Level 1. The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Oh, no, I guess opening the door works too. It was run by a Dr. Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons Protolab, or the Deutero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card, yada yada yada. Okay, I'll come back to that. Level 3 security clearance. As much as the delay chafes me, I'll chafe you. We'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Protolab. That door is already open, at least. Okay. Protolab. Luja mentioned a locker over in the corner we couldn't open. Okay. Okay, correct combination in salmon coloring. Master Calyx's philosophy is a refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. Mankind must evolve beyond shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I heard those praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Okay. Experiment 158, pink lettering, showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Okay, well, it's a different color, so I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Oh yeah, that was a thing that happened. (201930) to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Experiment 163, new proposal produced a result of 9834, decreased value verified. I have no idea what any of that means. Neither do I. Maybe it will make sense later on. Okay. So I've got 3 different numbers in that strange color. Sure. Oh, God. Okay, so it's actually... Haha. I don't need notes. I've got my, my text log. It says up to 5 letters, so it can't be 201930, so I'll just try 11509. Hey. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless, mechanical. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx. They, them pronouns? The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. In my woke Final Fantasy? It's more likely than you think. Is this the... Yeah, okay. That's the one I've already read. Was that the one that... Okay. I'm shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. Yeah, as it turns out, the game that, like, started out being a statement against imperialism and how protecting the natural world and sovereignty is a good thing might have some woke principle behind it. Who'd have thought? Wokeness in my anti-imperialist game? No. It waits silently for a security guard with the appropriate level of clearance. Deutero lab. Heavy water? Deuterium? Deuteronomy? Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab. Okay. The cleaning ladies are in the hallway. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Great. It's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. Magic, that's how. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? Oh, I suck at these kind of mini games. The cube conductors in Resident Evil 2 Remake. I hate puzzles like that. Like, I don't know what it is, but like my spatial reasoning is really bad sometimes. Oh, of course, leave me to do the complicated thinky brain part. Okay. Northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. Okay, great. Circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Great. Patterns have to be different. Take a look at this diagram. This does not help me. This legit made me feel stupid, which is why I went back and took notes. Not this sign part, but the rest of the duty. We'll see. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power, configuring the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gluzha is working. It's hard to make out the rest, assuming there are 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square, and the top right is half a circle. Okay. That square in the top left is Shale's terminal. So, orienting this way. Bottom right, the generator. Yeah, okay, so. Right, because northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest. Okay, so this needs to be a square. This needs to be a circle. Hey, there we go. I have already gone brain fuzzy. That wasn't too bad. Could we access a certain data log? Preservation, the early days is the title. Why am I yawning? It's because the warm is making me sleepy. Which is an unfortunate thing, because I can't sleep when it's warm. It just makes me tired. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. Calix started the storm surge, didn't he? As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the protection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet he still published theories so highly regarded that even in the royal family was aware of his achievements. Good God. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth in his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. You had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. This is just proof that I should never listen to puzzle explanations and just dive in. The explanations make it seem so much worse. Yeah. Yeah, I can get that. I have a problem with overthinking solutions. Like, I will deliberately, like... a solution will pop into my head almost immediately sometimes, and then I'll be like, nah, it can't be that simple. It usually is. It's usually that simple. But then I overthink it because I'm like, no, it can't be. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by the same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. I didn't even bother reading the explanation for it. I just jumped in and assumed it was connect the dots. I think there was another game that had similar mechanics. Maybe, but like it gives you two of the symbols right off the bat and then tells you, oh, you can't have the same symbol twice. So it's like, okay, well, there's only two solutions. It's got to be one or the other. As long as you orient yourself correctly. That would be unfortunate. Let's hope that does not happen, Shale. Let's see. Everything wants to give tenacity, skill speed, spell speed, and piety. I don't understand why. Yeah, I didn't read that note. There's your problem. I was about to say, and you call me the dumb one, but no, it's Roxas that calls me the dumb one. I got it just fine without it. I mean, according to what you're saying, you struggled endlessly. I know I'm dumb. No one else has to. I said the rest of this duty. Oh, okay. So it's gonna get worse, is what you're saying. Great. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came to its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. I mean, one of those statements can easily follow the other. Key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with the electrode, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its powers, not when they did so, nor why. Mostly because my short-term memory is terrible. Oh no, I'm fucked. Oh god, I'm fucked. My short-term memory is dog shit. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there's much we may learn in this room on our next visit. I will have to enlist Ishtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. Here's a thought. Wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff with all of the research that Ishtola is doing on interdimensional travel. She's the one that made the key and then kicked it back 1,000 years in the past. Oh, spitballing. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Short-term memory? What was that? Don't know. Never heard that word before. Who are you people? Research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Pinky, there's your problem. You were looking for a card that said 3 on it. Just to remind you, we're looking for a card with a 3 on it. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Huh. 3D printers. Do the other ones not work properly? Why are they making so many of these? Unless they intend to have multiple of them constructed at one time. Card with a tree? No, no, no. A card with a 3. You know, the letter... the letter... Fuck me. The number that comes after 2. Fucking hell. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. 3 trees? Sure. Don't you laugh at me. I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. Even though I challenge that notion on the daily. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer, but it's a level 1. There's... what? Okay, I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation, which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way that Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. Again, I could make a really dirty joke right now, but since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's location. I never call you Steve. No, that's Roxas's job. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Freya's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Not a damn thing. Speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Certainly.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
You and me both.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If
okay, I wasn't expecting the full.
Then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I was trying to get to, is that you start to feel stagnant after a while. Like, it feels like there's no...
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Go be a simp elsewhere, you weird-headed freak.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
Because, like...
But I cannot.
You gotta get bored after a while.
Different. In too many ways.
Eternity is a long, long fucking time.
I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I don't like the static effect they put on her voice. That's nails on a chalkboard to me.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Wow, you're a fucking douchebag.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Like the static in Praetorium when Sid talks. Yeah. Yeah. I can't stand it. Oh, they actually straight up showed the blood pool? Okay. The game is starting to get a little bit more aggressive with what it's showing. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. What a fucking dick. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. Gross. Cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. Oh. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers, yeah, that would make sense. Gurgurt in the freezer was a good call on my part. Something cold without committing to a whole bowl of ice cream. I would fuck up a tub of Tillamook strawberry ice cream right now. Like, it would be a fucking horror show. Yeah, it okay, but they died. They died me. Why? Krell's a big girl. She can handle it. Just having some lucky. Now to find that data relay, and don't be shy, everyone speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Freya, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Yes, ma'am. This terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. beverage station. The now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Okay. You call that cluttered? That's clutter? Pick up the data tablet, and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports, sure. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. "13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion." That's a lot. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining nine designated for ether reclamation processing. Body grinder. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Oh. Major incident. Details in full report. Oh. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. Oh, well. Solved that problem, or solved that mystery. And the reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. That is grim. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. That is fucked up. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. And here I am like a fucking dumbass with it sitting in my pocket. Just ready to plug back into whatever. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. Okay, I guess it was one or the other. Soul storage. Empty indeed. Find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutera Lab, and the Director's office. What Kefki we used to say, never trust an electrope's surface. Yeah, but we don't have the passwords. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. Stand by to guide Wu on trial process. Okay. Secret door. Put the candle back. As you know, there was that display plate over there, the one of the gems. I thought, since it was made of electrip, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. The two jewels are embedded in this electric plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. Don't you mean a sphene? No. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Is that gonna be a sphene? Open the locker. I'm gonna take that embarrassment to my grave. Oh my god. Oh my god. It contains nothing of note. This director Demetrius fellow is he's got some problems. Let's look at the data tablet. I've already looked at this stuff. Okay. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. Oh no. Oh. Alexandrite. Yeah. Isn't... I gotta look something up real quick. Okay. Because I was about to say, oh, is Alexandrite going to be another one of the many words for sphene? Oh, great. Although sphene is a green gem. A decorative pattern, an arcane circuit, a floor plan of this complex. Okay. This must be the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. But if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. Yeah. This place on the floor plan corresponds to the Deutero lab. director's office. Proto lab. Okay. Where is she? There she is. I really hope that guy is obsessive with Calix's work and not him, because if I remember correctly, Calix was a kid when he was noticed for his intellect, and I think the lightning cataclysm happened not too long after. Yeah. It's a little uncomfortable. I'm gonna be totally for real about this. Protection, honesty, devotion. Great. Wuklama is in the proto lab. We're in the director's office, which I gotta look at the screen. Deutero lab. Proto lab. Okay. Proto lab is honesty. Deutero lab. Devotion. Protection. I think I got that right. Hey, first try. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to use the restroom, and I think, unfortunately, it is going to be time to turn on the air conditioner because it's getting real toasty. But I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, well... Why? Oh. My keyboard hotkeys for scene switching are also activating my keybinds for my hotbar. The air conditioner will eventually turn on. For whatever reason, it decided to kick on and immediately kick back off, which it occasionally does. I don't know. It'll turn on eventually.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
I guess we'll find out. Hey, there's the air conditioner. I'm sure you can hear it. It's real loud. It'll also take it a second to
Endless are created using the memories of the deceased.
stabilize.
But as memories
So it'll be
are
louder
essence
at first, and then
data, the resulting
as the
entity
compressor
are
like
physical.
gets warmed up, it'll calm down a little bit.
These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Not too bad though, only hear it when you speak. Yeah, I've got a noise gate on my in my audio chain. Hopefully it's not getting picked up like too overpowering when the noise gate turns off though. Just kind of my concern. In a world formed of data, the Matrix.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But we shut down the Mesa terminal.
Oh, I thought we shut down all the
Yeah, what she said.
memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Okay, yeah,
Let
sure.
us say that the Meso-Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Again, it's really, really, really funny to be called the keyholder. I will let... I'll just let that statement kind of just float into the ether. Hi, Calyx. Fucking little weirdo.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary.
Koji knows what he was doing.
Effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Are you sure about that, buddy? Because I heard that same thing at least 1,000 times already.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the Terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Okay.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching.
If Calyx is an Endless, why has he still got the neck thingy?
Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Like, surely, you know, you don't have to have the fucking tube sticking out of your neck.
That you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, Not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
I saw the endless as they were. Yeah, but surely this kid's got the ability to manipulate his, like, his projection, as it were.
My temper. But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Murder.
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price.
Also, I don't think he cares about his appearance much. No, sure.
And I won't let that happen.
Although, I mean, with, like, fashy genocidal tech bros, it's either they care way too much, but in the wrong way about their appearance, or they don't care at all and end up looking like lizard people.
Even so, I must thank you both.
I think he's the kind who lets his brain do all the talking. See, I'm the opposite. My brain doesn't do any of the talking.
How grateful I am to have you as our champions.
In fact, I keep my brain turned off as much as possible. I gotta save energy. It's all about optimization. May not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. They're also way prettier than Calyx. I don't know. I feel like the dark circles and the bags under my eyes are pretty on par. I was gonna say, I'm sure Shale is in shambles over not being able to be the one to figure out where Calyx is, and then, yeah. Yeah. You smug little weasel. I love this girl so much. I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation. I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. We've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment. I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. I figured that was like the obvious conclusion. fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. Oh god, that means Ishtola is going to be there and she's going to give me the angry look again. Because I haven't been assisting her with her research. She needs to get back to her Catman. Talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Yeah, we're going to assassinate your shadow leader. Okay. Hello there, big guy. Where am I going? Praxis Park. Ah, there you are.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance.
I feel like the whole registration thing is kind of a trap.
My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality.
Because I feel like I feel like the registration is just like a means to like instill yet another layer of FOMO in people.
And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course.
Because, like, one, there's an aspect of, I've got this device, I rushed to get this device, and now that I'm taking time to think about it, do I really want to register this? So now you've got an unregistered device. Do you want to register it? Do you want to register it before somebody decides to take it for themselves? Because everybody else knows that you don't necessarily have to register the device. And then, like, oh, maybe the people that have not registered yet are actually telling you that they have registered to try to convince you to not take their device, but in reality they're lying to you because they haven't made the decision yet or not. It's just like this whole spiraling like source of uncertainty. That and the status of whether or not it's registered, like, it's still attached to your fucking head. This Calyx guy has already proven that he can hijack just about any system within Alexandria. Doesn't matter if it's registered or not. All he has to do is activate the thing. And whoever it's attached to is just gonna fucking zap your brain.
It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Okay.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even
Yeah, like that's the
they've all had to live with these fears. There's no
kind of the
reason
ultimate
for
gripe
us
I
to
have
do it
about the very concept of eternal life, like having the possibility of eternal life. And I think that, again, really good analogy to people who want to talk about it, talk a big game about getting into heaven and shit, while being absolute fucking monsters here on this planet, in this life. If you're going through your entire life with this promise of a completely perfect, unchallenging, completely frictionless afterlife with no expectation of challenge, no expectation of hardship. If you don't need to learn if you are promised a perfect afterlife where you're not going to need to deal with such things as loss or consequence, then why bother learning those things in the relatively short period that you're going to exist on this planet? You know what I mean? Like what he just said about, like, you know, we may not learn to love dealing with these hardships, like, you know, loss and grief or whatever, but you can still learn to survive them. I feel like that's an important note there.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis.
Because, like, if you've got an entire class of people who can structure their lives, structure their belief systems around ultimately a very nebulous interpretation of a 2,000-year-old set of texts, these people believe that they are destined for the ultimate reward of an afterlife in heaven next to God. The only real challenge that they have to face in this life is how do they justify the way that they treat other people. Because murder, rape, stealing, none of that actually matters. None of that matters because if you do it righteously, if you kill people but righteously, it's if you can somehow convince yourself that you're doing the thing that you're doing in the name of your Lord God, then you don't need to worry about such earthly inconveniences as first-degree murder or whatever. You don't need to concern yourselves with any consequence. Like, you don't have to be worried about, like, what it means in reality when you beat your fucking children, because I did it in a godly manner. I'm still going to go to heaven because I beat my kids in a way that serves God. They'll thank me for it when they're adults and they believe the same thing, and they also beat their kids in a godly manner. So fucking vile.
You don't stand idly by while you're
All because they've convinced themselves that they are destined for the ultimate reward of their own kingdom in heaven.
We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer.
Yeah, that's the important bit, is you've got to learn how to actually, like, I kind of hate the phrase accept the good with the bad, or accept the bad with the good, or whatever, like however you want to say it, because it feels like you're kind of setting yourself up for the expectation that you're going to deal with bad things. Like, obviously you are. You're like, everybody's going to deal with bad shit in their life. Dealing with hardship, dealing with negativity is kind of to be expected. But, like, you do still have to deal with bad things. Like, you can't live your entire life cruising completely on easy street. It's just not, it's not a reasonable expectation.
Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Why do they worry about facing consequences if the ultimate price is in the eternal afterlife? Meanwhile, so many riotous...
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver.
So many riotous people work their way out of dealing with consequences. You mean pious people? Is that what you meant to say?
Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
I feel like we're stumbling headfirst into another mistake with the Crystal Braves, and this whole thing here is about to lead into open conflict. But we'll see.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria...
Ah, but you see, that's where the flaw in the armor comes in, because a lot of these people are fully aware, they're fully aware that they're fucking evil, and that they are doing evil things, and they are justifying... They're doing evil things not because they feel like they need to do that evil thing in order to secure their place in heaven or whatever. They're doing evil things because they know that all they got to do is say, because Jesus. And they can be somewhat shielded from consequence. But we kind of started to rapidly leave that era. Like for a brief moment there, it kind of felt like you couldn't do that anymore. You couldn't justify, you know, the most heinous fucking things by saying that, oh, well, you know, I did it in a God-fearing manner.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Righteous. Okay, well, righteous, pious, you know. Now, do the smart thing and crush that fucker. Throw it on the ground and stomp it.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to
boot that fucker into dust.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
Oh no, it's all gone tits up. Yeah, they all knew it the entire time.
Our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you.
Yeah, it turns out the Groucho glasses aren't a good disguise.
Tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
You're not Clark Kent, you're Superman.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
And while Calyx's finger is hovering over the button that says zap, and just makes this entire cutscene really tragic. What? Why was I... Okay. The number of NEO regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Ah, yes, there's the wrinkle. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. That tracks to what all has happened in Solution 9 so far. Yeah, like, it was a given from the beginning that Calyx was going to find a way to activate the NEO regulators.
Things seem much the same.
I was wondering where our fussy little bun was.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
If you were to ask me to develop a character which is so transmass coded that it's almost an insult that the game hasn't come out and explicitly stated it yet, it would be Aaronville. Like, let's be real. Okay. Because, like, didn't he change his name as well? And wasn't there a whole big thing about Kafkiwa still calling him by his original name? Which I can't remember what it was. Ah, yes. Hi, Ishtola. Glare angrily at me. What's happened to the Mesa terminal? Well, I'm guessing it turned back on. Oh, no. Never mind. The walls receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrode, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? Yes, indeed. This entire walkway is such a tripping hazard. Although I guess if you are an ether-supported incorporeal body piloted by memories stored in a computer, you probably aren't all that concerned about tripping and taking a header off the side of the walkway here. Just respawn at the end of the bridge. It was made for those who are already dead. Yeah, exactly. Bright screen. Enough with the bright screen. I am also here, LSA says. Okie dokie. Oh, I can bring Sphene. Zoomancer? Okay. Zoomancer. She's holding a... Is she an Astro? Okay. Fuck it. I'll run this party. Because I know how the other girls operate when they're DPS. Scholar does make more sense. Is that is you on my screen? Hi. Hello. All right. Well, I know how everyone else operates when they're a DPS, so I'll just take Sphene and see what she does. You know, for being shut down, this place is very well illuminated. I'm getting, Oh god, what was the name of that dungeon?
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
It was literally my favorite dungeon for a while. Why can I not remember the name? The twinning. I'm getting a little bit of that vibe. Just visually. I didn't realize she had a DPS role. She was a scholar in the last dungeon. Guess she can dual job like normal summoners. I mean, it makes sense. These guys are kind of cute.
Allow me.
Now I'll show you.
Yep. Oops. Oh well. Jumped the gun a little bit. Damn it, no. I need to fix some of my keybinds. I keep meaning to do that, but I keep forgetting. Interesting though, her job icon is Arcanist and not Summoner, so I guess she never took her job training classes. Yeah, she hasn't picked up her soul crystal yet, her job crystal. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, that means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. It's always the fucking tech bros.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Hello. Oh, these people don't have faces. Damn it. How did I miss my rotation like that? Tech bros and fossil fuel guys, yeah, no shit. But it's always the same two things. Either the child prodigy or the college dropout. And we never like critically dig into the story at all. And it's always the, oh, he was a college dropout, but you know, he already had like a successful business or whatever. Or he's a Nepo baby and had a shit ton of money going into it. And like, or in the case of like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, it's like, oh yeah, they're both college dropouts, but like they stole a bunch of pre-existing technology and repackaged it. It's always actually a rich kid. Right. No. I keep fat fingering my hotkeys. Not like it matters, but all right, what you got for me? Chirurgeon General. America's literally built on legitimizing scams. Yeah. Like every step of the way, top to bottom. Blah. Yeah, gross. Oh. What is about to happen? Okay. Neat. Ah! Okay, I missed what that text was. Your senses are dulled, preventing you from predicting attacks. Okay. Oh, hello. Yeah, this is one of those dungeons where the mechanics are seriously gonna fuck with me.
holding back. With every mote of my being.
Oh, great. 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 Sphyn's a limit break thief. Great. Great. The limit break on bosses is for the melee.
No matter. It served its purpose.
No. According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Fucking tech bros. If they are going to support the duty support this much, the NPC limit breaks need a damn toggle. They really do. I mean, it should also just kind of be a given that the single target melee limit break is what is most useful on bosses. So the range DPS should just, like, in general not be using it. Although I guess the argument could be made that if you're playing a ranged DPS, if you're playing a ranged caster DPS, then you probably are not getting many chances to use the limit break as it is. So duty support would actually be the perfect opportunity to let somebody who's probably not gotten the chance to use the limit break use it a little bit more frequently. So that kind of gets shat on when the other ranged DPS in the party just starts stealing it immediately. Because God only knows red mages love popping that LB3. Especially when you're going into a major AoE phase. I assume they have it automatic for the casuals who probably don't even have the skill on their bar. That's a good point.
Visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Hey, Lamachi, guess what?
Something special for you.
I promise I'm not that DPS in an actual dungeon. I'm also not that tank single pulling mob packs. I promise I am not that I do not. In fact, I feel bad every time I accidentally pull. But in duty support, hell yes. Let's pick up the pace a little bit, guys. I got Graha Tia here. He's not. He ain't gonna let me die. What's going on here? Oh, you're on the other side of the gate. Should have considered that possibility. Oh, hello.
They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Ah, great. Pale headsman, pestilent headsman. Oh. They're the horseless horsemen. But I do the same thing when DPSing duty support. Ain't got time to waste. Alright, Lamachi, let's see what you got. Oh. Okay. Ooh, I'm already immediately... Not that one. Ah, hello. Hi. Ah! I gotta move. Oh, fuck. I stood in the worst place. That was a bad. Guys, I might be a lot stupid, actually. Look.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Damn it. My rotation. Oh, a donut. Okay, don't stand in the death zone. Okay, cool. Whoa. I'm not sure what's happening now, but I'm about to die. Oh, I am mega about to die. I don't know what's happening. Do I need to... Nobody else has this. Okay.
With every mote of my being.
I don't understand what the hot plate is for. Oh, I can help. Can I? Yes, I can. Ha ha ha.
Beginning to tire.
For future reference, the mini bosses here always grab the same rolls at the same spot. Okay, cool. Ah, there we are. Oh, I picked up a card. Overseer Canaloka. Interesting. Savage aim. What you do with those mini bosses slightly differ depending on the job. Tank gets a boss skill to interrupt. Can't remember what the healer or other DPS gets. Okay. I'm guessing there's probably something I needed to do for that hot plate thing, because it looked like it was applying burn. And it didn't seem like standing in the tether did anything about it. I didn't see where there was anywhere I could stand to stop taking damage. So maybe it was just a DPS check. Maybe it's just like, hey, you've got to kill this thing before it kills you because you're going to take continuous damage. I don't know. There's like a generator with a named target. Oh, okay. So there's like a secondary thing that I needed to attack. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored but also backed up as data. The endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Okay. Still a maniacal little tech bro. You punt his ass into the sun.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Yeah. Won't I? Won't I go further? I've been told worse by less important people.
Allow me. Onwards and upwards.
Very well.
If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one.
Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Hello.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
You're strange looking. Interesting.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Okay, what's happening? Memories of the slain are made manifest. I see beams. I see more beams. That's gonna pop.
Lives are lost in the senseless conflict.
It's gonna pop.
The war swells in scope and intensity.
Is she already using a limit break? No. Okay. Okay, they're running over here. Oh, okay. Those guys are gonna explode.
The bombs rain down.
And then obviously he's gonna slap. It's pretty standard for these big dudes with the hands. Ah!
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Oh, come on, I was out of that.
Is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Okay, they're gonna run this way. Okay, I see. Fuck. Oh, I went the wrong way. No, I didn't. I'm a genius. Ah! Okay, they're just like stacking. Oh, it didn't do any damage. Great. That symbol is terrifying.
Allow me.
Slap. Limit break's gonna pop soon. Please don't take it, Sphene. Yep, immediately she starts casting it. God damn it. I didn't have time to channel. Oh, bad spot. Fuck. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Oh my god, it was at 4%. Oh my god. Okay.
An amalgam of memories. Let's see how it fares.
Okay, you can call me dumb for that one. Because I am.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Alright.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Yes. Gonna slap.
Bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
I think these are gonna be runners? No.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding threat.
No, it's especially bad with the for like the old heads who did the Omega raid. with the fucking mustard bomb tank buster, which was actually an AoE. No!
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Welcome back, Johnny. Oh, I am about to get got. Runners gonna run not this way. This is a bad place to... Oh, no, okay. I guess Lamati is here. Then I am safe. Although she is as much of an airhead as I am sometimes. Ugh. I still, like, instinctively, like, I really want to not be standing next to that. Slap. Runners. Okay. I don't even play this game and I hate Omega with a passion. They put it in Monster Hunter and made it basically mimic a raid encounter. It's dog shit. Johnny, the real fight in this game was way worse. Holy fuck a duck, bro. Omega was a bitch of a fight. Fucking the larboard starboard mechanic was traumatizing. To the point where the developers thought it would be funny to start putting larboard starboard mechanics onto other bosses, but it never worked the same way. And you'd always, for like a year afterwards, anytime an ability cast bar on a boss popped up that said larboard or starboard on it, you would immediately see the entire party start scrambling to one direction or the other. It was actually evil. Yeah, I've got better stuff equipped. I keep forgetting my character is not wearing pants.
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
It was less obvious when my character was in Makote.
As far
sector to escape the
But
shutdown
now
is
that
the one containing
instead of tiny cat girl, she is now buff cat mom.
Assuming a chronological system, every
Pants are evil.
sector would belong to people
I
who
have
dwell
on
the same period in
sweatpants,
history.
but that's because I'm on camera right now. I have no idea what's going on. I haven't been paying attention.
Calyx, how long have you pursued this madness?
Also, let's hurry it up. I need to pee.
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Good, great idea. Let's get this moving. The spironolactone is doing its thing. Saw Sphene using her auto attack. What, did she walk up and start like whacking it? What even is the auto attack for Scholar? Oh, there you are, you evil little shit. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it on this screen for now. Give me like 30 seconds. Okay, I have returned. There we go.
Well done.
I think
Perseverance.
the seal around the panel I had to put up in the window for my air conditioner may have popped loose, because I'm getting waves of hot air hitting me. This is really inconvenient.
The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. We each have our goals.
Okay, don't copy memories, yada yada yada.
I seek to reclaim the key.
I just turned up the fan speed on the air conditioner, so it might be a little bit noisier.
Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Okay, so now I gotta fight this guy. Can I just, like, give him a swirly and take his lunch money?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do.
Super glue it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because, like, the vacuum that this thing pulls,
Surely you have seen it.
it's a really big panel in the window.
Complex society leading to a breakdown of order.
So I don't know.
This course promises no.
It's a really big panel. There's a lot of pressure against it.
Physical traits do not
And apparently Gorilla brand duct tape is not enough to keep it in place.
I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it.
Yeah, that does suck.
I won't let you harm another Alex.
Because they're going to get fucking hot this year. I'm anticipating another triple-digit summer.
Fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
And I'm going to have to get something figured out before then.
What now?
To make sure I can actually keep this room not triple digits.
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Oh.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
You created a primal?
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Yup.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator.
I saw this coming.
We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Okay, but the regulator is literally going to kill you.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers.
Yeah, he's making a fucking primal out of this.
What in the... What's going on?
Yeah.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty.
Kid, I've backhanded gods into oblivion.
Parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
All right, what we got? Oh, is it going to be the hidden super boss from 9?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less.
Yeah, where did he learn? Where did he learn that?
Keep these close.
Oh, right, the dragon scales to prevent.
Brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Yes. I'm gonna kick your ass, boy.
That remains to be seen.
Yeah. Necron is one of 2 hidden super bosses in... No, Necron is the final boss in Final Fantasy IX. The other... One of the super bosses is Ozma, and the other one is... What's his fucking name? Yeah, the other one is Hades. Hades you can fight in the Necropolis on the way to Necron. Big bosses really do love hanging out around platforms big enough to hold a party of adventurers to fight them. Yeah, no kidding. Alright, well, I guess everybody's there. I'm going to take a quick look to see if I can't get that panel to stick up a little bit better. We'll see. Actually, I'm just gonna leave this going. This should be entertaining. I'm gonna see if I can't fix this thing. All the fucking Gorilla Tape in the world and it still won't stay shut. Okay, that side should stay in place. He called you a gorilla? What the fuck? Is he... Was he asking you to tear his arms out of their sockets or something? Like, what? God, he says such weird fucking shit. Why does he say such weird fucking shit? God. Okay. That was the easy side. I think that side's gonna stay closed because I only had like that much width of tape holding it in place, but now I've got like that much width of tape holding it in place. So maybe that side should stay. We'll DM it later. Yeah, that's... He's gonna get himself fucking slapped one of these days. And I hope it's... I'm not gonna finish that thought. Do I have to apologize for my gender? Johnny, do you have to ask? I'm a regale you on this guy's shenanigans later. because there's like 30 Hail Marys in there. All right, now for this side. I can feel the heat belching. I can feel a wave of hot air. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Okay. Some of the bigoted shit he says, I think you meant. Yeah, I'll give you the rundown on this guy's behavior later, Johnny, because he's a fucking trip. Okay. I think the panel should stay a little bit better now. At least for now. I am gonna have to use so much fucking Goo Gone to get all that tape residue off. Alright, let's do this shit. Hello, Necron. We meet again.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, Johnny. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so far so good. Okay, it should stay. At least for a little while longer. I'll have to figure out a better method to hold it in place, like some kind of like support beam to... I don't know. I'll figure it out. But it's gonna be fucking hot this year. I can already tell. Alright. I should be drinking water, but whatever. Alright, let's see how this works. Grab 3 cans while you're at it. That's a good sign. Alright. Alright, Lamachi. Attack him.
It will betray you.
I'm not a tank.
Drag them to their graves.
Okay. Oh, the arms face in the direction they're gonna... Okay.
There.
Fuck. Ah! And then...
Do you not see?
Oh, I guess not.
Death is upon you.
Oh! 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 Okay. That was a little evil.
Kill them.
Okay, so I'm not the only one being dumb right now. At least.
Away with you.
I'm gonna take it on faith that I want to be in.
Try this.
Kill them.
We mustn't hold back.
Nope. I knew it. I knew.
Pounds fear, eroding your strength.
I'm just fucking collecting. Ugh. Oh my god. There is a lot going on here. And I've got 4 Vuln stacks.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
I have you now.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Okay, phase 2, I guess. Alright, cool. I'm guessing I gotta get out of here before... Yeah.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Alright, what is this?
There.
Okay. Aha, you're not gonna catch me this time.
Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
Okay, is this gonna be donut or is it gonna be...
Kill them.
I don't know what this means. Okay, yes. Oh, he's doing them both. Alright, great. God!
Fight if you must. There.
Fuck. I over-angled. I'm going to blame the heat and say that my brain is boiling. And call for a mulligan.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
It landed on a 3. And it... I don't know.
Drag them to their graves.
Fuck. Because it was either 3 sets of donut and then get out. Because it wasn't... Oh, I should have taken that hit. I was definitely still standing in it when it resolved.
Away with you!
Do you not see? Death.
Okay, don't backflip.
Perhaps
Hit the correct button on the keypad.
kill them.
Okay, so we've got... God damn it. Is it gonna always be the donut first?
Away with you!
Bothersome.
Whee! It's gonna be this, and then I'm not gonna stand in.
Kill them.
We mustn't hold back.
I keep fucking up my rotation. Yep, see. Aha, I did not take damage that time.
Compounds fear, eroding your strength.
something special for you.
I will reduce you to ether.
I keep fucking up and popping Bloodlust. Or, Bloodlust? Really? That was a WoW ability. Lance Charge. After I start my Gerskogel rotation. And I don't know why I got into that habit.
Allow me.
I'm still getting used to the fact that I only get one Gerskogel now as well.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Which I'm kind of not super thrilled about. Or I only get one Nestrand.
Darkness engulfs you.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait to pop Gerskogel. It's way more chaotic when there's other players and not NPCs to follow. I imagine, sire. Yeah, that Lance Charge. On top of the Gerskogel rotation. I need to be doing it properly.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Okay, so what did it do last time? Did it do donut and then AoE and then donut?
There. Those who do not resist death deserve.
I'm not sure how to tell because I didn't see it. Okay, that looked like a donut, and then the inner marker, donut. Okay, I get it. I get it. So donut got to be in.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Or no, did it randomize? It randomized. Boom. Out. Back in. It randomized. Okay, so you got to keep track of donut versus AoE on the number, and then it's going to change the order of the numbers. I understand. I get it.
There.
Okay. Oh, no, I see which side it's going to be. It's the arm that's got the purple aura is going to be the one that stays on the ground with the secondary AoE. See, it's a good thing I died the first time, because that means it gave me a chance to see the mechanics again and actually learn the tells.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Oop! I got grabbed.
Kill them.
That wasn't an insta-kill, was it? Oh.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
I was supposed to not get grabbed. Oh, hi.
You'll not escape this!
And somebody took the limit break. You little weasel.
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Okay, so Donut is on 1. AoE is on 2. Donut is on 3. Okay, so which one's gonna pop first?
I am prepared for you.
Yep, see, it randomizes. So Donut was on 3. So we want to be in, I think. It's not going to matter. It's about to die. Yeah, say Donut was on 3. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, so did my explanation of what's going on with the numbers and the stack marker, not the stack marker, but the AoE marker make sense? Because it'll actually show you donut versus circle and then what number it corresponds to. So like it was doing donut on 1, circle on 2, donut on 3, circle on 4, and then it would spin to a random number and then you had to, yeah. So I think the easy way to remember it would be whatever pops up first would be odds, and then whatever pops up second would be even. So, yeah. Sustaining most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. Oh, great. Something doesn't feel right. Yeah, no shit. Anything to say, Graha? Yeah, no shit, a primal. Okay, I think the tape is holding a little bit better this time. When I first did it in solo duty, I managed it first try, then my second I was healing the chaos, so I didn't have as much time to pay attention. That makes sense.
Now, the memory bank.
Denied.
It's shielded.
Of course it is.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Wedgie, swirly, shoved in a locker, and then steal your lunch money.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Did you know?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being...
No, I think you did that, Calyx.
It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
That is quite a conundrum.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Okay.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them?
I wonder how
What will become of us?
bad of an idea it would be to just walk up to one of them and yank that fucker off their head. Would that be like pulling the plug when they're still in the Matrix?
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
I feel like that would be a bad thing to do.
Frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Question is she getting through to them? I guess so. It's Angie.
What is this reaction?
I thought you accounted for every variable, you little shit. The one thing you didn't account for, the power of friendship.
Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Alright, what are you doing now, you little turd?
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
I knew I should have paid for the gigabit Ethernet.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
The others.
Time to die, you little piss. Think of it like this, Calyx. You won't be conscious long enough to be disappointed in your failure. Assuming that I actually took care of him. That's gotta hurt like a motherfucker there. Because, like, I don't know if anybody else has experienced this. I was made to play baseball as a kid. I fucking hate baseball. I especially hated baseball as a kid. But I played like 2 or 3 seasons, and in the gap between the like second and third season that I played, I had outgrown the aluminum bat that I had. So now every time I actually hit the ball, it's like this massive jolt through your hands. And it hurts like a fucking bitch.
It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I used to play baseball. I know that all too well. Yeah, because like the first like season or 2 that I was made to play was like T-ball. Like we're talking little, like 9, 10 years old. And then it was Pee Wee League. So now it's like I've got to upgrade to like an actual like proper full-sized bat. Because especially with the aluminum ones, the aluminums are way worse for sending that vibration straight into your fucking hands if it's too small.
Thank you, Lamity.
Okay, I feel some air rushing in, but it's not that big of a deal at the moment. Given the extent of her injuries and exertion, she'll likely spend many days in bed. I give her 24 hours. As far as we know. Yeah, but now you're going to have to deal with the restlessness and general ill ease of the people who thought they were going to become endless and actually embraced that idea, who now cannot. I do have to chuckle that they're having this conversation with Lamichi just laying there lifeless. They're like, oh God, thank God she's asleep. Now she'll shut the fuck up for 5 minutes. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Because, like, Lamichi, I love you. For the love of God, be quiet. She's like that one friend that just never shuts up. I'm just like, you enjoy being around her, but it's like, goddamn, you're exhausting. Where there are primals, the Ascians are near far. That's a terrifying thought. What Ascians are even alive still? Elidibus is dead. Emmett Selk is dead. Well, yeah, Emmett Selk is dead. La Habrea is been dead. Prayers during the summoning. Oh yeah, that's right. They may have been tempered. Sums up my social anxiety with most people, to be honest. Yeah, and like some people just like drain your social battery so fucking fast. I half expected everyone to turn around and leave her behind. That would have been fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Like as much as I love the character personally, I think she's absolutely precious. I do understand people's frustrations with this entire expansion. You're in like persistent contact with her. Like Kona does exist. Those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. They've not shown any hostility. Interesting. Presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Interesting. But city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Alize, looks like you're making a bunch of porksies. I was genuinely surprised when people don't think I'm a quiet person. When I am talking to people I like at work, it's pretty much the only time I talk. Yeah, it's kind of the same with me. As one of those who came to see you off before I clashed with Calyx, you'll be surely glad to know you were safe and sound. I can have bursts of extroversion, but my social battery drains real fucking quick. Depends on who it's with and what we're doing. Yeah, that's also part of it. Like, conventions I'm normally pretty good with. Especially because I've been doing conventions for a long fucking time now. Speaking of which... I found these not too long ago. My Furry Weekend Atlanta badges. Let's see, I've got 2014, March 20th to 23rd in Atlanta, Georgia. 2015, April 9th to April 12th. Okay, let's see. So 2014 was university themed. 2015 was Shangri-La. 2016. I don't see a date range on that one. But I think this was also a March convention. Was summer camp themed. No, so this one was in May. And then 2017 was video game themed. And I can't remember what the gimmick behind it was, but they gave us these like Tetris themed blocks. I got a blue 4 square with my badge. I don't know why. I don't remember what these were for. There was some like there was some like little game that you could play with them. I was gonna go in 2018, but something had come up. I wasn't able to. And then the year... No, it was actually that year was when I moved out to Washington. Oh, that's right, Tapu is blind. He won't. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of Old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Okay. Where are you at, you little shite?
Oh, welcome back.
I'm being persistently stun-locked by how obvious it is that my character is not wearing pants. She has underwear on.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
But again, it wasn't as obvious when she was a Makote still.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as
She's a cat. She doesn't need clothes. Clothes are just extra. Good point.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
Hey, now, come on. None of that. You've been doing enough.
Even with the king's authority.
And you're like 6 years old.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Give the kid a hug.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
I am so glad they didn't try to redeem Zoralja. That's one villain who absolutely deserved all the contempt he got. Oh. These aren't Otis and Zelenia's. Oh, his father. Oh, okay, Zoralja's swords.
Bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Hell yeah, little dude.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Galuja is more mature than most adults, right?
Good for you, Galulja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Galuja, think who you're asking. You're asking a literal god slayer. Oh, wait. I... You. Yes, you. Person who has drop-kicked literal gods into the nth dimension. I wish to go fisticuffs with you. Little guy's going places when he gets older. Okay, so my Hrothgar is like 6'3", 6'4", so Shale is minimum 6'7". Maybe Yellick about 6'8". Fuck, she's tall. Oh, orchestrion roll. Neat. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. Tall lady is tall, yes. Conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. the universal gesture of, okay. Yeah, how the fuck did he find out how to summon primals? Damn, I've already been going 5 hours. Is that so, Shale? Are you saying you're going to tuck me in good night? Why, yes. I'll while away the days in the back room, I'm sure. Look, I've got to type, okay? Several weeks later. Time flies when you're busy dying to mechanics or busy flirting with Shale.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
That it was.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order one. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Interesting. So they weren't...
One's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability.
So they weren't building the regulators themselves, they were being produced
When the time came,
by preservation? Were they like, was it like an automated thing?
of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
Yeah, that would be a difficult thing to cope with, to suddenly have all of those memories restored all at once.
That matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go...
Before I go...
We just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
Like, it's gotta be...
If it tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Like, it's gotta be a serious shock to the system to suddenly, like, have the memory of potentially hundreds of people throughout your life who have died suddenly snap back into your awareness.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Especially with how many times that place has been attacked. Yeah, right?
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
You almost forget that there's also a Western themed zone. And it's like, ah, yes, this entire expansion is meant to be like, it's meant to be like the United States, I guess.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
We have jungles. Kinda, yeah. I mean, it's more of like Central and South America. Well, I should say that, like,
Often the bearer of challenging
Jacques Tural is kind of like meant to be based on the American continents.
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
I was wondering where this guy was, whose name I definitely remember.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master.
Dirigible. I love that word.
So I'm doing a little sightseeing.
Oh, look, Sphene on an airship.
Gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a
Bakurja, that's right.
vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
One of the main NPCs in the Alliance raid. Neat. I was so ready to finish this expansion absolutely hating Bakurja's guts. And then they had to go and redeem his ass at the last minute. And I'm still, like, kind of annoyed by that. But they did not redeem Zeralja. I get to hate somebody's guts to the end of time.
She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed.
She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
Smash cut to her sneaking out of her bedroom.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery.
I feel like you're fucking with me. Didn't it say it'd been several weeks later?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Alright, what do you want, you little schemer?
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Felt a little weird, but I get it in his case. Zeralja needed to stay hated. Absolutely.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui.
Alright, you minty twink, what are you hiding?
But so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present.
Wait. I get it. She finally had bottom surgery done, and that's why and that's why she's been resting for so long.
That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost
Sounds logic.
we would not be where we are now.
Sounds logic.
Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
You don't say. Alright, what's all this then?
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
Kryl, half the time you were the danger. She has killed me no less than half a dozen times in duty supports because she will literally stand on top of me with AoE markers.
Life
Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course.
Oh, it was like every single time I brought her into the duty support, if there was any kind of like one of the blue markers, like the blue chase markers, or the purple ones, she would straight up laser focus right for me. It was a regular non-stop thing.
Use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take
There she is.
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she let me speak up.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Yeah, there was one in particular. There was like one of those tracking cone AoEs where like the party has to spread out or whatever. Twice she did this, and twice it killed me. The first time, I picked a spot and stood in it, and I think I had Graha and Lamichi with me. They spread away from me. Kryl went right to me and then stayed there. I started to move to get out of her cone, and she followed me until they both resolved and took me out. The second time, I went as far to the side as I could, and she went straight for me again. So I stepped in to get out of it, but I didn't have enough time to get out of hers before it resolved. So the third time, on the third attempt, I did the same thing, but I was anticipating it. And again, she went straight for me as I turned to run away again, and that's when it resolved and we didn't take each other out with it. But three times with the exact same mechanic, she tried to kill me in the same dungeon. She's a terror. It is so weird seeing this place turned back on.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Especially because there's nobody here now. Oh.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle?
Weird. Okay.
But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
It was always interesting to me how, in the previous expansion, you had Ultima Thule, where as you progress through the quest line, you actually like slowly restore these like little subzones. And then this time around, as you progress, you're shutting this place down, and now it's like this dark, cold, barren place.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
And then you get that one guy over in the corner just in absolute shambles, remembering, oh god, that really embarrassing thing I did in 4th grade.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
Something Kryl said during that cutscene, that's me without a regulator. Yeah, that's what keeps me up all night. It's like, oh god, did I really say that? No, something Kryl said during that cutscene, that line, we chose to move forward. That... I think that's probably the reason why Look, I'll acknowledge that Dawntrail has issues. I vastly prefer it over Stormblood. I won't say that I dislike Stormblood, but with the advantage of retrospect, I don't think Stormblood was all that great of an expansion. But this expansion, Dawntrail, I think was kind of necessary for my continued enjoyment of the game. Because I think it really hammered home a point that I think a lot of people probably needed to contend with, but didn't quite get there in the end until this expansion, I think. And I think a lot of people still kind of missed sort of the idea. And that is dealing with loss, dealing with moving on. Because I loved Shadowbringers. Without a doubt, and I say that, I mean, I'm gonna justify this statement here in a minute. Without a doubt, my absolute favorite MMO experience ever, no exceptions, was playing through Shadowbringers. As far as I think I can make a determination, Shadowbringers was the perfect MMO experience. I don't think anything has ever come close to what Shadowbringers did, and I think it's going to be a long fucking time before anything matches it, if it ever does. Absolutely loved Shadowbringers. And it's not just that I liked the story, I liked the setting. I liked the characters, I liked the zones, I liked the dungeons, the raids, the trials, all of it. Everything about... once I get out of this cutscene, I'll actually prove it that my home teleport hotkey is still set to the Crystarium. I did not want to let Shadowbringers go. I really did not want to see Shadowbringers end. It felt like Endwalker came way too fast. No, and obviously, like, it met the release schedule that they had always met. But, like, I was really bummed about Shadowbringers ending. And I went through the entirety of Endwalker with a severe case of ennui. Like, I loved Endwalker. Endwalker was an amazing story. I enjoyed every second of it. But I couldn't divorce it from the, well, it's good, but it's not Shadowbringers. I want to go back to Shadowbringers. I want to be able to experience Shadowbringers again for the first time. The leaders of my FC and I were in voice chat when the three of us got to Amarat together at the same time. We were going through the last little bit of MSQ together, and we were in voice chat, and we had been chatting it up, having a great time the entire night until we get to Amarat and everything starts to reveal itself. All three of us went completely silent for like 2 hours. And we were just enraptured by what was going on. And I didn't get that from Endwalker. The entire time through, I'm like, I want to go back. I want to be able to experience Shadowbringers again for the first time. But nothing is going to match that experience for me. But then Dawntrail comes out, and I went into it fully understanding that I needed to have no expectations, that this is going to be a completely different thing. Rapture, there's a pun in there, right? I went into it simultaneously with zero expectations, but also with the expectation that this was not going to be a story that was meant to be on the level of Shadowbringers. This wasn't meant to be a conclusion. This wasn't meant to be like the peak leading into the final arc. This wasn't meant to be that. This was meant to be, it's time for new adventures. It's time for new settings. It's time for just new things in general. and it's just time to move on to new things. And again, I understand Dawntrail has issues. It has issues with pacing, like what you said, Pinky. Wish they hadn't spent so much time on the Dawn Servant trial. The Dawn Servant trial needed to be over by level 93. Like, that needed to be the 93 trial, and then we go on from there. Like, Alexandria, like the startup, the lead up to Alexandria needed to be something handled by Kona. And then we bring Luke Lamont in, and then, like there are ways to improve it. It had issues. It had flaws. I get that. I understand that. I needed Dawntrail personally because that's what, like, it gave me the vehicle that I needed to move on from Shadowbringers. Like, I still had that sense of ennui. I still had that desire to go back to what Shadowbringers offered. But this, like, got me through that weird phase where, like, anytime I watch the Lord of the Rings movies, I kind of get bummed by the end of Return of the King because I'm like, I don't want the movie to end. I don't want the adventure to end. I want the next stage in the adventure to happen. And Dawntrail for me was that, okay, what comes after? And like, if you read Lord of the Rings, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, because Frodo went through the same thing. He was restless. He couldn't sit still after returning to the Shire. And like, he's fidgety. He can't sit still. He's restless. He's traumatized by this adventure, but at the same time, he no longer wants to just sit sedentary. He wants to move on to the next thing now, and that's why ultimately he chooses to go with Bilbo and Gandalf to the Undying Lands.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw.
And Dawntrail for me was the thing that, like, this is the vehicle for me to let go of the story that's ended and move into the new, like, move into the story that now is being told. So, like, I get it. Dawntrail is a very flawed expansion. I understand that. I still think Lamachi is absolutely precious, and I love her. I understand that people are critical of her. I think you're all wrong. And I will die on that hill. I needed Dawntrail. I'm one of the people that absolutely needed Dawntrail to be able to get over the sense of, like, not really sadness, but just I don't want to keep using the word ennui, but just the desire to go back to Shadowbringers. I think one of these days I'm going to start New Game Plus and start the story all the way over from the beginning and play through it again. I think I might do that after the new expansion releases and I finish the MSQ.
Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
Right, because you're literally the queen of this kingdom, Sphene, you dolt.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, It will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take...
It would be interesting to go back and see how much the game has changed from Realm Reborn to 8.0. From what I understand, the primal rush at the end of 2.0 is still really fucking long, despite being condensed. So, like, I was just talking about this with some other friends not too long ago. I went through the primal rush when it was being released as current content. So I never experienced it the way that a lot of newer players do, where they're going through it for the first time. So this will be a new experience for me. Because it was like, okay, the next patch comes out and you do a few things and then that's it. And then the next patch comes out and you do a few things and then that's it. Like 2.3 to 2 point whatever before Heavensward comes out, going through that entire thing is apparently a fucking nightmare. And I understand it. Pray return to the waking sands. Even I got tired of hearing that shit.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone.
Did a Realm Reborn right before they condensed it. I am so sorry.
If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
I'm just glad when things picked up right before Heavensward. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, finally getting into Heavensward. Because like I said, I don't have the perspective of having done it all in a straight shot. Even I was getting sick of dealing with everything leading up to actually going to Karthus. And yeah. And Ishgard and Heavensward was amazing there. I absolutely loved Heavensward.
Wore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians.
I think that would be the thing that I'm most excited about getting back to if I were to do a New Game Plus, is going through Heavensward again, because it's been so long. And I don't think I appreciated it enough at the time, because it got followed up with Stormblood. Which again, I don't think it was bad. I don't dislike Stormblood. I was glad when Stormblood was over.
Prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose. I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
Whole brave section I could have done without.
Not an easy road.
Yeah, I can see that.
Side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Again, Sphene, she's proposing.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Okay. A little bit over 5.5 hours. I am getting kind of tired. Throat's getting a little scratchy. I think I'm probably going to cut it here for now. I don't know if I'll pick this up tomorrow. I might. I probably will. Yeah, I think I'll continue tomorrow. And hopefully I'll be able to get it caught up completely. Stormblood is probably my least favorite too. I didn't hate it. I just wasn't very interested because samurai isn't much my thing for fantasy. I could take it or leave it. Like, I didn't dislike the setting. I just don't think there was any I don't think there was any part of the story that really grabbed me all that much. And also, I hate Xenos. I hated Xenos. Like, I was legitimately about to get unbelievably fucking upset when that one hunter chick in, oh, where was it? No, not Fordola. The girl in this expansion. She gets got by the monster and then everybody thinks she's dead and then there's this like red aura around her and then she gets back up. I was like, oh god, it's a Xenos thing. Oh fuck me, Xenos is gonna come back. And I was like, I was in shambles. I was distraught. It was the hunter girl that you meet in the outskirts, I think. I think she was in the outskirts. In Heritage Found, yes, that's the one. Yeah, she was like... It was like around here somewhere, I think. I don't specifically remember. The like the monster hunter people that like have souls that allow them to come back if they get killed in the field or whatever. And I saw that and that red aura pops up around her and then she gets back up and then she's perfectly fine and I'm like, oh, good, Xenos is back. I was ready to quit. And then it turned out to be something else, and I was so fucking happy because I was so fucking tired of Xenos constantly coming back. Like, oh my god, please. I swear, if Xenos ever comes back, I will absolutely pitch a monster of a fit. I'm nervous about it. Because somebody in a comment section said somewhere that the big bad of the next expansion is probably going to be a shard of Xenos. And I'm like, please no. Please, no. No more Xenos. I don't want to deal with Xenos anymore. I want him to stay fucking dead at the edge of the universe forever. 3 expansions we've been dealing with that fucker. And he's nowhere near as interesting as the character he's referencing. He's nowhere near as likable as Emmett Selk or La Habrea or Elidibus for that matter. Saria. Why? Why are you putting this evil on me? What do you mean, say no more? Okay, I'm tired. And as you can probably tell, my voice is getting a little scratchy. I need to cut it here. Oh, right. Yeah, see, the button to return to home teleport? Mine still goes to the Crystarium. I wasn't joking about that. I never go there. I never use that teleport. But it's been set to the Crystarium since that expansion, and I don't want to change it. Alright, anyway. I need to check my retainers while I'm at it. Because I haven't looked at my retainers in a couple of days. But I'll do that in a minute. Alright, I'm out of here. I'm ending the broadcast. Goodbye. See you maybe tomorrow.